Hello, good afternoon. Welcome. Welcome. Okay. Push some buttons, check some things. All good. I've changed around some of the controls. I've been playing too much Timberborn, so I've swapped over free camera and click and drag movement. Because they're the other way around in that game, but that's the only controls I've changed. We didn't leave the game running, mostly because these things over here were once again full up on storage, so it wasn't going to do anything, but there are some tweaks that I want to make before we get too far into things. Firstly, I want to double the amount of storage we have for our construction components. This P button is a feature that I wish I could do in, what's it called? Timberborn. Rather than having to click each one and then press P, just open up a button for P. 4 paws. There we go. I did notice that this thing is now full. That's a problem that'll fix itself. Eventually, these things over here won't be full as well. I could just belt it in, but as I said, it will fix itself, and we can always help things along by adding another burner. And connecting that up. Okay. I've disabled the frosted glass effect. That was something they put in during a patch. I think in the hour I finished my stream. On Thursday, they added the ability to disable the frosted glass transparency on all of their UI elements, which it wasn't that much of a problem for me, but I know know from experience that semi-transparent background UI tends to add a huge amount of overhead, or it's just always poorly optimized to the renderer. Okay, that's still going nicely. The other thing I wanted to do was be able to get rid of more coal, or more wood rather. So where are the burners? In fact, because I can't remember where the burners are, let's just do it this way. Works just as well. Paste, copy, flip, paste. I am going to want this to, continue to import even after I've connected this up. In fact, we don't need to do that. Just do it the way that we was doing it originally. It'll work fine. This is all temporary stuff in the long run. Where is the smoke stack? And we may as well add, just for the sake of wood is flat. Wood is unit. More wood storage. Yeah, this thing isn't actually getting fed wood fast enough anyway. So let's just temporarily remove it. Permanently remove it. And then those can replace it. Okay, that'll speed that up. We'll get rid of that. Okay. They are working diligently, but they've still got a ways to go, but that's fine. We can start planning things out. So I can upgrade a food market to a food market 2. The plan is going to be that the farms will go here, food production will go more down here. Let's just figure that out. Yeah, we're putting the farms here. Probably a bit further along, but there-ish anyway. Way along there. So food processing will be down here and down here most likely. So we've got this bit to work with. I want to put a ghost down but not have it in the way of my things doing the digging. Yeah, okay. So let's go with... I was going to bring these out this way, but I think I might redesign this to build upwards this way instead, just to give us a little bit more room on this side. That'll allow us to get at least one more setting up there. Yeah, let's do that way then. That will be the plan. Gives us a little bit more space on this side. Okay, food markets. For the time being, we only want 2 of them. We're going to be getting wheat, which also includes how to produce bread. Yes, so there's wheat and bread. Corn seeds we need to be out hunting for. So that gives us our 4 foodstuffs. So 2 food markets. They'll get upgraded to level 2 in the not too distant future. With these moved over... Okay, yeah, we've got some space. We want room on this side for a bunch of belts. We are, however, going to want... Do I have them yet? I may not have researched them yet. We did not. We can use some ramps. I want to be able to add to the front of the queue, rather than have to rebuild the queue every time. Okay. I think I've memorized that, so we go that one, and then if we pause that actually removed all the list. That one there, then this one, then this one, then this one, then desalination, then to food market, then to there. That was how the queue was organised. Yes, we're aware. Oh, the settlements themselves are now full of trash. Okay, so that isn't going to solve itself quickly. I was hoping it would. That's fine. We can solve it a different way. Wasn't there a button that made it urgent? Or have they really just put it into here? I suppose there is a button to make it urgent, but then we can just auto-deliver everything. You will hold as waste. You will import the waste. High priority. There, that'll fix that for now. Okay, so they go in there, bridges go over there. That was something else that we wanted to do. I wonder. We need to try. We need... It's under mining. Mine control tower. That here temporarily. You have very specific orders. You are to dump nothing but rock. Oh, that's a problem. I need to... That is overriding my ability to remove the markings. Terrain tools is what we're looking for. Designator, clear designation, right click, which we can't change. If I flip these back around. Yeah, we can't. Okay, so we can always do shift left click, but being able to right click it was kind of handy. That's weird. I bet you can't change that control. Okay. We'll just have to get used to control clicking. It's not like that takes any longer anyway. So yeah, dump in designation. Flatten. I am wondering exactly how flat I can make this. Because we know we can get... Oh, that's another thing that's not being able to do. I used to be able to cancel out of this mode by pressing right map. Okay, we'll just have to change the way it's done in... It's strange that it's overriding everything. I'm far more used to my strategy games allowing me to click and drag to move around and then right mouse button being the camera. So it's weird that it's the opposite way around here, but it's also then weird that any key that uses right mouse button gets overridden by the camera, but doesn't by this. Which basically just makes me think that they never thought about what would happen if somebody changed the key. Yeah, because it's even overriding alternate action / deselect by changing it. I shall have to report that as a bug. It's very peculiar. Okay. Right, was there any other little bits and pieces that I wanted to get going? Other than like the farm, can I get you guys over here? Because I'd like to build the farms from right to left so that I know how much space I've allocated for them. Okay, you emptied it out? You've emptied it out. And they're almost done anyway. Keep that full of wood. Oh, we've actually used all our wood. Or at least all the wood we have over there. We've still got loads in these. So really we're just waiting for the trucks to deliver it, one assumes. Don't know what line scale's doing in there. Let's discard that. Let's send the ship out because we need to find other things. Oh, it doesn't have any fuel. That's the wrong way round. I wonder why that was the wrong way around, because we was definitely filling up with fuel previously, so I don't know why it would have flipped itself on its head to not keep itself filled up. Peculiar. Okay. I'm pressing my mouse button to try and rotate the camera again now. It's my fault for playing Timberborn. All of yesterday and most of this morning. That's all going to be allocated for leveling, so yeah, that's all fine. Now, excuse me, why are you dropping dirt there? This should override the global, shouldn't it? I need to check that. Maintenance, food, settlement, dumping waste. Not quite the same thing. Terraforming, dumping. Dumping designator. Total height, such things. Trucks dump products automatically. If there is a dumpable product that needs to be disposed of, and no machine is accepted, then trucks will automatically navigate to the nearest dumping route. There are many products that can be dumped. Global dump filter. The global dump filter chooses what products can be dumped in a designated area across the island for default, or by default. For example, if you only want dirt and rock to be used as dumping materials, you could remove any other products from the list beside these two. The main control tower has the option to filter what products can be dumped within its managed area. This managed area ignores the global dumping filter, which is ideal for restricting what materials can be dumped. So yeah, no, I had that set up right. Maybe what's happened is just that the dirt that was on the top has slid down. Because I think that entire section should be in its area, but we can expand it out. There we go. If I assign a truck to here, no compatible exit. Yeah, that's what I thought. Everything else should be able to use this as a dumping area and only dump the thing that I told it. Yeah, because it was working over here when we told them to dump that there. Entirely irrelevant at this point, since we have almost finished burning a lot of it. Now, the only thing I'm dumping here is stone, because in theory it should be able to provide a more sheer cliff, so that I can then put a fluid dump over off the edge of the cliff. Because there's a couple of spaces that we can do it, but they're very, very tight. And I was trying to see if I could effectively expand out this cliff and have it more vertical. I mean, just having the cliff be on a flatter plane, on the same plane as the build grid, will help with that regard anyway. But that's what I'm doing there. It's just to provide me a means to dump fluid overboard, which we're going to need soon-ish. I don't know, did we get the... Yes, we have settlement water. So speaking of, that will actually end up going somewhere over here-ish, probably here, we shall say. We can mark it. Because you can see there's only just the right space here, and that's mostly because this cliff is on an angle. So we're putting specifically stone there because it shouldn't collapse as much. Assuming the tutorials are not lying. But we shall see, because if not, then we're just going to have to dig out a little bit. But either way, we'd need some sort of partially flat area to do that with. Okay, speed things up. All of that is fine. Mostly still waiting on the tree cutters to be done. Let's just build from the left. Where's the markings? Yeah, I thought that was a little bit higher. Can you show me the grid? There we go. I've changed my mind with what I was telling you to do. Can you come back over here, please? Okay, we have our lamps. Is that in line? I think that's in line. Yeah. It doesn't need to be quite so close. Or quite so far away, rather. That'll do. Okay, let's get some of these building. And then storage for food is on the other side. This gives us the space to make sure that we can send resources higher upwards if we need to. Oh yeah, we also need to, we can take the pipe over the top. We need to bring water this way. But water's going to be handled up here, so we can bring that over and then down this way. That works as well. Okay, that's caught up. Have you got all your trees? You have got all your trees. Good. Irrigated farm. Okay, you need to go there. That gives us room for these. Okay. Gonna need a little bit of space. One there. Farm here, so really... put the 3 pumps here. You need a few extra trucks for a bit. We need to make sure that these don't get filled with people. I assume we beat the people here. Yeah. Okay. Let's think. Okay. I'm wishing I'm having a few tools that we have in Timberborn. Just the ability to create small overhangs. Everything else is fine. We've used up all our construction resources, that's fine though. They've still got places to dig. That's still got places to dig. You've still got plenty of places to dig as well. Oh, I didn't want you doing that. That's fine. The water's not going to get consumed. I'm just thinking about, I don't know what other things I may want to put down on this side. And I don't want to block off vehicle access. Two should be more enough for, oh, more than enough for now. Yeah, we'll have a... Let's give it a small ramp. Hey, cargo depot's done. I want them to build, I just don't want them to start running. No, we need you cutting down the toppermost trees more than anything else, so please head up there. Water, groundwater pump. Space them out a little bit. Let's space them out so that technically we could get another one in the middle of them if we really wanted to. We have access to tier 2 pipes, which I think we need to be able to pump all this water. In fact, okay, fluid, pipes, tier 2. Yeah, we need water storage as well, really. Come on. Give me that specific. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Okay. Actually, no, let's bring it down before we do this. And it only needs to be that high to get it over the top of all of this stuff. Yeah, it can be down at level 1 here. That didn't need to be a tier 2 pipe, never mind. Okay. Don't think the trees are out of the way yet. Yeah, no. Is it gonna let me do that? Oh, why didn't that go all the way down to ground level? This is wrong. This is not what we were trying to get you to do. You were supposed to go all the way down. Oh, there's a bush in the way. That's the problem. There is a bush in the way. Forget where the tool is for that. Where is the tool for clearing out? those little bits and pieces like the bush. I thought it was just the demolish tool, but the demolish tool doesn't do it. There's another one. That's it, remove debris. Pipe. That's better. That's what I wanted. And then we can replace that with... If I know it's still done it. This is not what we're trying to get you to do. Why are you being a pain? Go all the way down to 0, please. Here, we'll leave that there. That'll actually connect that into there. Collides with terrain? It's flat. There's not even a stump there. You're really telling me that that is not flat? The farms don't seem to have any kind of issue. Dig. Ah! I had not noticed that. That's a minor problem. This area isn't actually entirely flat. We are going to need to flatten it out. Actually a fairly substantial hill. Hopefully that's mostly dirt underneath all of that. This is going to need a mining designator and control tower and all that jazz. An urgent priority on this because we are going to need all of that worked on before we can start. That might actually mess up some of this. We'll have to see. Worry about the specifics later. For now, that'll do. Just rectangle this. Doesn't need to be anything special. Okay. These diggers are done. Let's have one of them back. I will borrow both of them. Getting this lot up and running is more important. Okay, yeah, I think we're better off making do with what we can get at the minute. Unless we can... Is it going to be better off expanding it out and then digging it down? Lowering it? I mean... The slope it's making isn't that bad. It's just going to be a question as to whether or not the liquid dump pipe will still be able to reach the sea after it's gone over it. Which, if it keeps up with this angle, the answer would be yes. There's just not a flat place for it at the minute. will finish the experiment. We'll see what it does. No, you can keep dropping dirt over there. Oh, tree harvesters are done harvesting trees. Excellent. In that case, make a start on that lot. What do I need after that? So food processing is down here. We'll need to clear out the space up here for fertilizer processing and all that lot eventually, but I don't need to worry about that now. Because I'm going to do the same thing I did last time. We'll bring the fertilizer up and along there. Nope. And the water pipe. Actually, from here, we'll bring it back up to a height of 5 so that we can take it over towards our population centre, and then we'll start routing that along there. It only needs to be a small pipe, doesn't it? We can upgrade it later, so yeah. Let's focus on a tier 1 pipe for now. Nope, bring it over to here first and then go down. Okay. Okay. We're started with construction with tiers at the minute, which is fine. Okay, no, they're on mostly flat ground. So yeah, that should all be fine. It's just that this bit here needs flattening. Let's get it to prioritize the right bit first. So let's unallocate all of that. Flatten that bit and then we'll expand you out. Okay, power generation, cargo depots are done. I am surprised it'll let me place it. But no, we'll let it finish filling out the section that it's going to go in first. So again, I think these are leveling designators. So let's make sure they're still designated with the right thing. Do that bit there. Get rid of that bit there. Let's redraw the area. Interesting. It let me build or draw a much bigger rectangle than it did, and then it'll let me manipulate the arrows. That's what we want. Okay. We don't need the sorter over here anymore, do we? No, we do. We do. We shouldn't need more than the one burner, though. Wasn't what I was trying to do. In fact, I specifically disabled auto disconnect. Try again. That into there, please. Thank you. Right, you've got fuel. Off you go. We are going to need to find corn seeds. Wheat can go in there when we're ready. Similarly, have they added any additional options in here? No. Okay. Did I bring it out that far? Okay, have you done the bit I needed you to do? It looks like you might have done. No, you have not. Where are they? Small excavators trying to find a destination you can reach. Huh? That might be because this is in the way. We probably also want to allocate the tree to cut down. All of these. And we did actually miss the line where the pipe needs to go. Okay, so that's annoying. We can't go past that way yet. Still got 4 options left before we actually need to start thinking about upgrades to the ship. Actually, what we should be using, this should be leveling designation. Okay. So far we've not see any stone. Let's make sure that this is only assigned to dump dirt here. So if in the process of flattening all of this we end up discovering stone, we'll have to dig the stone out and then refill it in with dirt. So I suppose, yeah, for the sake of expediency, let's give them a place to temporarily store some of that dirt. We can empty this later. I want to import it. At a higher priority for now. Export to there. Empty it if it's that full. No valid route assigned. Shouldn't matter. Hasn't mattered previously. They must have changed something. Just so I can get that up and running, let's also temporarily stop that. Not sure how much a unit of dirt is relative to a square on the map. Okay, now you can go ahead and get the rest of that. It shouldn't matter. It's dirt. It should just be able to dump it. Loose storage has storage is an import route, but also has an empty slider. Why not? Why can that not fill into here and then another truck say, okay, if it gets over this, then empty this? There, fine. Have it your way, game. I'm not going to fight you. Okay, let's get... Are these all... No, they're tier 2 components. We can get all that built. And we can turn these off until we need them. Should now be able to place the pipe. And then the pipe connector. That's what we wanted. Good. We haven't unpaused anything that doesn't want to be... Nope, that's fine. Okay. Let's re-enable this then. Go that way first. Ship weapons and armor are within range, but we got other research we want to get done first. Research still going fine. Research is still going fine. Maintenance is fine. Fuel is fine. Food is fine. Running a little low on sand. Okay. Good. I haven't exposed any rock yet. Ah, that actually adds more fertility than just leaving it fallow. We know that our population goes through carbs more because there's only one type of them, although it did appear to have reduced slightly when I looked at the thing today. Or yesterday. Hey, new settlement. What do you sell? A whole bunch of stuff. Mostly tier 2 stuff. Coal, wood, not useful, not useful. Imported goods. Food for the most part. Can borrow construction parts. Yes, I know, but if I supply multiple different types of vegetables, then carbs aren't going to go down any further. Or at least I highly doubt it. Because that's what happened last time. When we added bread and... Actually, was bread bread might have been carbs. No, it can't have been carbs. When we added multiple different types of the same type of food stuff, then because all of them was one type, the consumption of the other type didn't go down. Just the consumption between, I think it was vitamins. Although I'm surprised that bread is not carbs. Not going to tell us here. We need access to them to tell us what type of food it is. Okay. Looks like we still got some good soil. It's advanced diesel. We need to move our homes before we can start planning where that's gonna go. Have we got the space yet? Almost. Yeah, once we've got those two filled in. Almost got a full slope out. Yeah, we may have to dig down a bit. to be able to get the pipe in properly. Farm drying out due to lack of water. Nothing major. They haven't quite got it yet. I wouldn't be surprised if this bit here unearthed some stone, but we'll see. How high does this all go? That's the highest bit here. Down, down, up, up. Okay, it goes a little bit higher. Don't think we need to flatten any more than this bit here, though. Okay. No, we've already got enough places to be dumping stuff. I do need to be expanding out these ramps somewhat, so that we can get trains on them in a later date. Oops, I forgot to do a thing. One moment, please. I closed something down before I meant to close it down. Pop out. Put this up here. There we go. Sorry about that, I forgot to pop out my Twitch chat. It's fine though, the only post that we have in it is a spammer advertising. Where's the ban button on them? Manage suspicious users. Why have they hidden the buttons? There it is, ban. Someone advertising viewers. It's always a bot advertising viewers. Okay, what can I do while I'm waiting for all of that stuff? Well, this lot's ready. It's just the farms. Once we have 2 farms up, that's probably enough. I need a reminder. I think potatoes are loose, and I think vegetables are... Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Vegetables are flat. We do need to get an overflow going that way. How do we want to do this? Let's figure this bit out first. Start from this one. Okay. Loose comes out, so loose goes on the bottom. Flat for this bit is easy enough because we can just go up by 1 and then come down to here. How do we connect this one up without needing to use a flat lift? Because that just seems unnecessary. Okay. That way. There we go. Right, and then we need to start pulling things off. We need to start pulling things off, and we need to be able to assign an overflow. The burners for excess food are going to have to go elsewhere eventually. For now, we can probably connect them down into these. In fact, can we burn excess food at the minute? I thought these burners could accept... I think they accept whatever is being pumped into them. Okay, no, they can't accept it. How can we get rid of spare potatoes then? Before we have access to composting. We cannot. Okay, we're just going to have to deal with that until we get access to composting then. We only have 2 types of food, so it's not like these belts are going to get jammed. At least not yet. We do need to design things with that in mind. Now, do we pull off the overflow and then filter, or no, we need to filter then pull off the overflow. Is what we need to do. So, do we have the filters yet? It is not a research that we've grabbed. Damn it. Currently working on gas combustion. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, no, this was last. Okay. I think we have enough room for a third farm here. Not quite this time. I'll grab this bit. Not seeing any rock yet, so that's good as well. Let's expedite this test a little. And how's our petrol doing? Okay, we do need to start worrying about that. Okay. Building this is first priority. Building that is second priority. Is that pipe unpaused? It's not. And then this is third. This is fourth. Tree harvesters are out of trees to cut. Okay, we'll clear out a little bit more here. Otherwise, it's time we started making headway on this area. Okay. Resource starved for anything. Shockingly, we're resource starved for wood. Yeah, no, we still have plenty of wood over here. Oh, that's why. There we go. Incorrectly configured. Okay, all that pipe work's done. That's fine. This pipe work. Let's lower down on the totem pole. Let's move that up the totem pole. Smart conveyors is a little way out. Can I build this without having the smart conveyors? Okay. Smart conveyors. They were... I want to say they were that kind of size. So that would be the output for it. And then run that into a U-shaped balancer. Priority output there. Overflow output here. We could do that on top, but I think I'd rather have it... Do I want to do it on top? Okay, and then any additional can come along and connect into the side here. And same on the lower routes. So our priority outputs, these two want to go straight into storage. Let's Since they're the first ones, they can come nearby. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, that will be fine. We don't even need to allocate these, they will allocate themselves when they're ready. I know of at least... Just thinking how many other kinds of foodstuffs we have coming. I don't know what else will need to go underneath here. Four of these are going to be allocated for food anyway. Let's leave these 3 spare for now. These are only allowed a single input. How far off are we from being able to upgrade them to... Yeah, research is coming along, not that long off. We now have access to our sorters anyway. So, did I shape these right? Not quite. I was not trying to delete that game. What I wanted to do was delete that one. I wanted to delete that because we need to connect that to there, although I think, yeah, we're going to need to remove that. I thought I had already manually placed the U connector. No, not there. Underneath it. There. Nope, that's still wrong. Can't zoom in anymore to try and get this to snap right. Oh, there we go. I was still on a height of 1. That'll do it. Okay. You filter me potatoes, and you filter me vegetables. And it's the vegetables and the potatoes that should get sent off along this path. And then the overflows will get come on over here, and then when we get to the point of having another set of them, we can bring them out over these and then down again. We'll bring the flat ones on this side, connect straight up, and then the other ones will go over and under and then connect into the bottom to merge there. Okay. Here's our plan. Why do you need to come out 1 to... Oh, right, yeah, because of that. I should just leave that mode off. There we go. What I'd like to do is just connect both of these into here, but at the minute that won't work. By the time we have the resources to have the rest of this all up and running, then I think it will be, or we'll be able to upgrade this one as well. Okay. That's a pain. Are these mirrorable? No, they're not. Damn it. That's a pain, we'll just have to deal with it. Because I want that to go in there, but we need it to come up to there. There's going to be the best way of doing it then. I think that's fine. That still gives these enough room. Doesn't give those really enough room. No, even if we do that, we're going to have the same problem. Yeah, when we get to that point, we'll just have to make a bit more of a mess of our belts. Or I could just flip them around. The only reason we have to do it this way is because of the ordering over there. Okay, yeah, let's undo. No, stop. Thank you. Not what I was aiming for. Problem is that we need to flip these around. There we go. Better. Okay, they all have a higher priority than the rest of this, but we can unpause all of that lot. They should get set up correctly. Our trucks are currently overworked. Have you cleared out the bit that I needed you to clear out? You have. Not going to get you to be constructed anytime soon, though. Oh, right, yeah, no, that's not right. Let's think about this. For the time being, we don't need the second one. So we'll remove it. So we go potatoes, vegetables to blank. Okay, we haven't built that yet, which is good. That gives us opportunity to do that. Although that has temporarily told them not to be made. He's going to have a higher priority now. Right, maintenance, unity consumption. How are we doing over here? Not really worried about top consumers, I'm more worried about the actual production and consumption of it. That's the value I'm looking for. Oh, okay, there. Put this back over here where it wants to be. Global demand. We are getting close to what would be our maximum, but we're not there yet. Okay, that's fine. Excellent. Yeah, the mountain's in the way. Some part needs to be in the ocean. Okay. We want to send the ship out, but I don't actually want the ship to come back. But I don't think there's anywhere I can send it out to where it's not just going to try to come immediately back. Okay, now that the ship isn't in port, if we tell you to start constructing that, can I tell you to deconstruct this? Has a ship assigned. Okay, yeah, so we're going to need to build this first. And then we can take this one down. No point building that until the rest of it's ready. Okay, that's a little bit of a pain then. Do I want to force that now? Or do we want to get this done first? Because we reduce the amount of tier 2 parts or we'd have to disable making tier 2 parts. Nah, we're almost ready to move the population over. Even though this setup isn't finalized, we are almost ready to move them over. So we will get this bit done. That'll allow us to then tear down all of this. The materials from this can go straight into this. Once this is built, we can then disassemble this and go from there. Ah, wonderful. Nothing useful is found. Okay, we can go away. I guarantee you have enough fuel. Actually, you don't have enough fuel. That's weird. How can that be possible? Because you can store 2,000 kilometers of fuel, can't you? So you should definitely be able to pop down to here before heading over to there. I imagine it's just not quite that smart enough. Okay. It's going on well enough. Let's we're down to half yet. We're down to half. We are going to have fuel imports and the like on the way before. Where's the button? That is the button I'm looking for. Fuel imports and on the way before we words are eluding me. Before the end of the stream, we will have to have petrochemical stuff working. An import of fuel from elsewhere. Those are the words we were looking for. One luxury that I'm definitely missing from... Did we not repair it? No, we have one repaired. I forget where they put them. Cargo docks, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, it's a luxury that we have in Timberborn that we don't have here. The ability to plan to place something. When we're just the foundations being marked. Okay. You running constantly? No, you're currently missing bricks. Presumably because the bricks are currently being diverted over here. You're low priority. In fact, stop building it for the time being. Send the resources elsewhere. Having all the bricks in place is useful, but we do need to get other things moved. Full of dirt. That's going to be fixed in a bit. Okay. We're almost done with these guys. Very nearly almost done. Have they uncovered enough that I can place down this template? Not quite. I have lined things up perfectly, but not quite. I am going to need them just for the sake of not accidentally then burying it when we mine it later to get access to more space. Yeah, we're going to need to dig that down, aren't we? Yep, okay, that's fine, as long as we know. Let's plan that out then. We're going to need a different place to dump this for now. Oh, I'm on the wrong mode. Flatten that out to there. And then liquid dump. There we go, that works for now. Should only need a basic pipe for this. Okay. Hopefully a digger can still get underneath that. Maybe not. Certainly not if it's going to bring it down by one level before it gets to there. That is not actually what we wanted you to do. Wanted it up at level 4 to here. And keep level 4 across to here. Why have you gone down to 3? 4, 4. Gonna have to pay more attention to that. Okay. Digger might be able to get underneath that, but it's temporary. Okay, you need to be assigned to wastewater. And paused for now. Okay, good. They're making good progress. We have our extra trucks. Food's still fine. Diesel's still fine. Yep, we're just resource starved at the minute. Trying to build everything based off of these two. How are my woodcutters going? They are full of wood. Okay, let's... We don't need them clearing the space out as quickly anymore. So let's give some extra trucks back. That full, that's full. Yeah, usually with concrete at the minute. I need 24. That'll supply it. What we need then is just more trucks supplying it. A lot of dirt being moved around at the minute. Okay, we've still got plenty to work with. Yeah, it's dumping of the dirt that's taking up most of their time. So just make more. Why are you making those? I was under the distinct impression that these had a higher priority for construction. How is this still a problem, devs? How have you not sorted that? This is priority 2. Why are you building something that is priority 8? Ah, no, it's because they provided this. I'm reading it wrong. Okay, I apologize. My bad. It has received some of something, just not the stuff that it needs. So where is our construction mark 2's going? They're going here. They're just taking their time to come over. Fair enough. Well, not enough trucks. That's our problem. Our problem is not enough trucks. Logistics jammed. We're going to finish off what research we have before we get to the point of actually being able to do anything with it soon. Okay, we should be able to line this up now. Nope, still waiting them to get those 2 bits. Should make that, then that. Actually, if we assign them now, then they'll get filled up from the other fields before... Yeah, no, we don't want to assign it yet. Because we also need to be able to grab the stuff that's stored in here. I suppose what food we have can be shipped over, so we can actually get some of this online. Before we need to turn these on. So yeah, okay. We need to assign you vegetables, you potatoes. How close are we to that? We need that upgrade before, though. There's a bunch inbound. Let's cancel that for the time being. We need that to be the tier 2 one, since that's how we've connected this up. So we need that research done first. We're running out of power. Interesting. None of this stuff should be consuming it. Does that use power? Nope, that's just burning fuel. Yeah, it's the distance the trucks have to take their resources. That's the bigger issue here. Okay, they're not jammed. That's fine. This was jammed. They're catching up. We're out of sand, though. We're also out of coal. It's not that this has been jammed, it's just that we don't have enough trucks over there. Okay. One more of these, two more of these. Have you cleared out the area I needed you to clear out yet? Yes. Although if I build that now, it's going to cause a problem. I'm not worried about this getting because it's being belted straight in. Unless it's out of coal, which it isn't yet. Okay. Trucks have caught up. This lot over here is not as important. So let's borrow a digger to bring over to here for now. Have you not figured out I've asked you to leave? Your bucket is empty. You should be assigned to this. Unless we happened to... Oh! We did happen to allocate a digger right at the point at which the digger finished constructing. Yeah, we are going to need to move the ramp over this way, but we've got plenty of other stuff to be digging into before we get to that point. Okay. Do I want to risk moving things over now? The trucks are not overburdened, so it's not like that's going to be a problem. Why was I hesitating a few minutes ago? Doesn't matter that this isn't getting water yet. Yes, it was mostly just that we haven't, or we can't allocate these correctly. For how we want them allocated. But finishing that research is going to take a little while. And I need the space. Here's a question. It is of the utmost priority that you start delivering potatoes into here. I unpause these now that everybody's moved over. Is it gonna... Nope, it doesn't know. What building's attached to that? There shouldn't be any buildings attached to that. There we go. They've already started delivering the food. Nobody died. Oh. Whole bunch of research just randomly finished. Ah, it was upgrades for settlements. This will help. I should have done this sooner then. And then all of that's for diesel stuff. Ah, right, yeah, we can't demolish that because of this. Unpause that so that they can start using these and that. Now we can get rid of this one. Once that's gone, we can get rid of that one. This, and all of this can go. Actually, no, we need this one here. That steam needs to stay. That lot can go. This needs to stay because we are still going to be cutting down parts of the mountains here to move things over. We're just waiting for these lots to be done over here first. We can do, we probably should do. Let's get the vegetables moved over to here as well. Even if we can't feed them to our population yet. Oh, they have now built all of this stuff. How very convenient. Okay, water's on the way, so we can get that as well. That will hopefully sort all this out. I would like to move some of this stuff, maybe. I think the ore sorting plant I want to move. I'm just thinking, now we have the space, we can figure out where the oil processing is going to go. I need to disassemble that first. Do we need that? No, let's turn that off for now. We can also disassemble these. Let's move this. From now to here, we can always move it to the other side later. Yeah, I figured that was probably going to be a little bit of a problem, but that's okay. Okay, unpause that, demolish that. Okay, let's put a priority in getting this built. All the resources to here first. Still not quite. Can you grab that a little bit here? This is the bit that I really need you to do. The rest can wait. Just get that so we can put this down. We still have a bunch of tier 2 construction materials, which is nice. But we'll save them so that we can just insta-build the upgraded version of this. Now that we have some space to start working with... let's go power first. And it's 1 turbine to 2 generators. And the way I did this was that we had... we did it that way. Coal is the only burnable that we have in the minute. But we do want to be able to have more than coal go in. It's almost always fed off loose storage, isn't it? Yeah. I wonder if... I was hoping that would work. But no, we're not allowed to connect those or the balances directly to it. Even though I set a primary output. So we do need that. Yeah, we're going to need for water pipes, tier 2 pipes. Without knowing which way we shouldn't connect the water pipes up yet because I don't know where everything's going to go in. We could hook up the outputs of these though. They actually line up nicely. That wasn't intentional. Yeah, that steam's going to be needed for other things other than just powering these, or that'll be the plan. Yeah, so we need a pipe balancer. It's a shame there's not just a kinetic shaft that I could just put in the middle between all of these. Because that wouldn't then make the distance between here and here and here and here even. And I could make this look neater. Thankfully, while I'm pedantic, I'm not OCD. I can live. We did get the tier 2 smokestack, yes. I think that's 60. Okay, one of them only needs to be a tier 1, the other does need to be a tier 2. You're fine being a tier 1. You need to be a tier 2. Pair of you can go for a tier 1. How high do you need to go over this? Only 3. Okay. Right, the inputs of these can be tier 1s. Now I am being needlessly pedantic. Still wrong. I will get this. Connect to there. Come to here. Up 1. There. Don't snap. Come to here. It still put that there. I'm going to make this look mirrored. I'm going to have to redo this side. There we go. Better. Priority input is that one. Okay. And at the minute, everything that will be here or in here is an overflow of stuff from oil cracking. Okay. We've slowed the game down because our number of potatoes is starting to get low. That said, once we run out of potatoes, we could just swap this over. But what we'll do instead is that. And then we will pause the output from vegetables so that we can empty this and then empty the shipyard, which is now finished. Make primary. Okay. Priority, get everything out of here. Including the diesel. Can keep this one full. Actually, no, keep it to 80 so there's enough fuel in there. Empty out of here, though. Did the ship... the ship left entirely to come back to its new dock. Fair enough. I assume that we don't currently have enough room to move that. We can deconstruct it at this point. That's going to go over here, and the plan will be that we'll have a second set of piers out this way. Maybe. Primary pier is going to be along here, though. We'll see how things go in the long run. That's what we're looking for, trading dock. Yeah. Gonna need to expand that out, but we need this bit done first. Okay, are you empty of that? You're empty of all of that. Now, if I deconstruct you, will you automatically shunt all of that random crap over to here? I'm willing to guess yes. But we'll see. Okay, now since we do have the resources, we should unpause the construction of this. Because I'm fairly sure we're going to need it. Have you finally dug the bit I needed you to dig? Nope, you're still working on it. Now you've got it. There we go. Okay. So shift everything over across by one. Hey, there's our potatoes. That one pump is almost certainly not enough. Why? Ah. Okay, that one has water in it. Let's get the pipe hooked up to this one as well. Looks all good. We'll see what happens to all the food that's in there in a bit. Okay. Do I want to move this? I don't think I want that there permanently. It's just a matter of whether or not it's in the way at the minute. Food supplies are low. It's okay. We can fix that with a button press. I'm not too worried about it. Plus potatoes are coming in, so... In fact, yeah, what we could do is... swap them over. Nah, we'll leave it for now. But yeah, I don't think one of these is going to be enough for 2 farms and the thing, so we'll enable 2 of them. Shouldn't cause an issue with how much is in the reservoir. Okay. I don't think we have a bigger flare stack. Ah, I know, the flare stack wants to go over here. Does it? Yeah, flare stack wants to go over here because the stuff that we want to be burnt off, we're going to try and turn into steam first, and then secondarily it'll get put into here to be burnt. Because we're not going to share the input pipes. So we could, in theory, bring this closer. It doesn't need to be that far away. I don't think we can connect it directly, no. But we can do that. Because it's heavy oil and light oil, I think, if I remember right. We'll get brought over to here. But we want to put it in a storage container first. Speaking of which, this is entirely backwards. That works. Oh, we have our tier 2 fluid storage. Probably way more space than we need, but we're giving ourselves plenty of space here, so why not use it? Now we'll bring these 2 closer. Don't need to be directly touching. I would like to keep some room between them to allow feeding of other things. We'll say that we're not going to have vehicles go through here, so... Is there a way to change the tier that this is trying to build? Without... no. Not without going into there first. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We could put them closer. I mean, we could probably do it with them 3 apart, but no, we'll, again, keep them this apart so that we can reroute things if we need to at a later date. We're going to need fluid storage. We'll set them up as type 1s for now. And we'll set them all of this up as type 1 for now. Oil goes in here and gets stored in here. That goes in there, that goes in there, that goes in there, so this becomes diesel. Copy, paste. This becomes heavy oil, light oil. Let's go heavy oil here. Light oil here. At the input side, we want to have pipe balancers on all of these. Doesn't matter so much for that one. That one we could just split the pipe off, but we'll put a balancer in just for the sake of asymmetry. I think everything that we're working here with here can be a tier 1 pipe. Food is still low, that's fine. Let's unpause these. That's almost done. Actually no, I don't want to unpause these. At least, really, I don't want that to be inserted, because otherwise we're just going to not be able to get rid of... Oh, it did do it. Excellent. Transferred all the vegetables that were over here into here. This is what we was hoping it would do. I need you to flatten that out a bit more. How done are you guys? We can bring our speed back up to 2. You are done enough that I'm happy for there just to be 1 over there for now. If you can come over to here. I think, yep, we're still flattening the mountain, that's good. Coal. Once again, short on sand, that's fine, we can fix this easily enough. Okay, that'll work. I assume we're not... Yeah, we've got time. We've got time to get the rest of this sorted. We're not in any dire need. But I would like to move these now. Oh, we actually are going to need a tier 2 pipe on the outputs of some of these. The diesel, once connected together, is going to be producing more than 60. I think the rest is fine. That's 12. That's 30, so yeah, that's 60, that's less than 15. And that's fine. Now, where do we want to dump the fluid? I don't suppose there's any reason we can't just dump the fluid right next to this thing. Oh, food market too. This will get built immediately. Upgrade. Excuse me, do it now. There we go. We have some spare Unity that we can spend, although that's only because we've removed the captain's office. It can temporarily go over here. Build it now. Same with the beacon. Build it now, but don't turn it on. Okay. Oil input is 60 a second. We could route an individual pipe for each one of these. But I don't think we will. What we will do is pipe balance. To maximize our potential throughput later. No, that's excessive. That's excessive. We can upgrade them later. If we need more. For now... that'll allow us to do 4 lots of these. Do I want to move this back anymore? I would like to have a gap along here to allow trucks to go through. For these, I'm not so bothered, actually. So let's tighten these up a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not what I wanted you to do. I did change that bike back to a tier 1 pipe, didn't I? There, better. Okay. have these as waste. Connect to that. Don't connect to this. Okay. We'll bring steam along at a height of 2. I'm happy for the positioning of these, so I could start building these now. Probably. No, I'm going to need to do it this way, aren't I? Do that to there. Bring that along to there. And then put a connector on that. Then connect that into there. Let's make sure we've planned this out for 4. We're only going to want 2 to start with, but we'll plan it out for 4. I should have been worried that it was going to do that. I shouldn't have grabbed the back end of the piping. Can't undo. Which means we'll have to redo. Although actually, that bit's correct. Food supply is low, it says. Helps if we do that. I am surprised somebody hadn't starved by now. There we go. Okay, you are moaning about that. Three of these can feed into one of these. Can all of them? Yeah, they can all. And I didn't actually want that to be floating. Let me just delete these. It bothers me that they're floating a little. Now why did you delete the connector bit? I didn't want you to delete the connector bit. I just wanted you to delete the bits up to the connector bit. There we go. Now things look supported. Okay. And that also handles the output of all of these. The output from this is going to need to be a tier 2 pipe because collectively that's more than 60. We'll bring the heavy oil. That's 12, 24, 48. The steam is going to go along there. Okay, let's bring this up to 3. Hey, the pipes are actually figuring out what I want them to do correctly first time out this time. There we go. We did wire that right. That is... No, we just hooked in the we just hooked the heavy diesel up to where we told the light oil was supposed to go. That is wrong. That is not how we was planning on doing this. But we can fix this. Yeah, we're going to need to remove that one as well, because it needs to be cut down. Okay, this wants to come to here. There, straight the way across, and in. There we go, better. Now that all goes into there. Let's see. These will need to come out to here. But we can bring those along too high as well. We don't need to take them any higher than that. How much are we producing? 30 each. So at the point at which they connect here, they're going to need a tier 2 pipe, but they're fine with a tier 1 pipe up until that point. We'll start from this one. From here to here. Bring this along. And along to here. And then connect it into there. Ah, right, yes. We do that way. Okay, slight change plan. Why did you remove it? Silly thing. I swear I placed that down. And it then decided to remove it. Okay. That arrow correct? Yep. Then to a tier 2 pipe. Come up. 2 levels. Across. And in. This just needs steam hooking up to it now. To which end? If everything can make a start on all the pipe work. One half of these. All that pipe work. And that for now, just one of those. These have not been allocated crude oil. Copy, paste, paste, paste. Oh, you have managed to get rid of all of your vegetables already. That makes things remarkably simple. We can now just unpause this and hopefully keep an eye on the food and make sure that we're not losing too much. Okay, Unity, we're still gaining an extra 1. We should allow it to continue to charge. Let's unpause these 2. Oh, good, you've done. Have you done? You've probably done enough. No, we need you further along a bit. I didn't know how much space I needed to give it. Oh, interesting. I can't flip this. So that's a problem because that's going to cause issues when I want to upgrade this later. Because it's going to want to expand it out to its left. At least I assume so. Okay. One sec. Food market. Wheat and farm processing, so that's all done. We've run out of research. Okay. So we can deal with the overflow, which we're going to need for when we have these running. Can't do settlement power yet. Let's get that because we are almost to the point where we need it. Yeah, if everything is running, we're going to start running out of maintenance. And that's even before we started constructing this, so let's change the order slightly. Cargo depot first. Then organic. Then better ship. In fact, this is the last place we can search before we have guns. No, we need that built first. What I'm looking for. So this probably only needs to be there. One extra strip on this side will be enough, so we will allocate that. In fact, we'll allocate that bit, and we'll tidy it up later. Yeah, that's something else that we haven't set up. Well, it's not running yet, so it's not necessary, but we'll do it while I've seen it and I'm thinking about it. We take this to here and hook you into there. And then we take you up one to here. Hook you into there. We have the resources to just, or the Unity. Tell these to insta-build. Which output is cool I'm going to want to come out of? Out with potatoes. Do I want to get bread ready now? No. Oil first. Worry about bread later. Because we may run out of available oil or available oil nearby if we don't get this sorted sooner rather than later. So let's get both of those built. Now, where do we want our power plant? I want it off to the side slightly. Trees, yeah, still got plenty of trees to cut down. That's fine, that's fine. Sand and coal is okay, although we are a little light on the sand. So let's expand you out this way. When next you need more. Are we okay on bricks? Concrete slabs? Yes. We concerned about anything at the minute? I don't have many mechanical parts, but I don't think we're storing them, so I don't think that's a problem. Yeah, there. Our storage of mechanical parts is only whatever is in our machines. Okay. We need to get steam into here. We also need to do plastic, don't we? We need a plastic output. Damn it. Okay, ship needs guns if we want to explore any further. Oh no, it doesn't. We have 3 more options. But yeah, plastic. These don't need coal, do they? No, they have all their inputs. We can move the steam from a decent distance away. We don't need it close. We know that in future we're going to need room for cracking down light and heavy fuel as well. We've used 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we can pipe the diesel up to there as well. Farm has no space for vegetables. Those two are priority outputs. And then the overflow is what we want to be taking up to here. And to be fair, this lot is going to get removed as well. So another thing I'm thinking of is that I want to have a tank up here. We're going to pipe the diesel up to here so that anything that needs to collect diesel to take to fueling stations doesn't have to go all the way through the refinery. Is another thing I'm thinking about. And this section over here can be storage from the shipyard. So this lot can get moved over to here eventually. So we need to route a steam pipe all the way around. Bring it down this side. If we're going to route a steam pipe that far, then we'll take that up to height 5. And similarly, another reason that I want to put this over here is for coal inputs. Okay. That's fine. We have extra ports that we can have more input for Steam if we need it. So yeah, we'll have 3. What am I looking for? Fluids, pipes, tier 1, please. How much steam do we need for this? 3 for that one, 6 for that one, 9 total. We could run 6 off a single pipe. So we don't need this to be any higher tier. We'll bring it out. Bring it up to tier level 5. Ah, bollocks. Sorry, focus mode. Did that? Ah, bastard. Wrong. Very wrong. That's not how that goes. Try again. And we're going to need to... Ah, yeah, we should fix that bit first. And how'd this bit go? Oh, sort of. I swear you had connected to the right thing. If at first you don't succeed, let's try again. These want to be going, yeah, up to 2, I think. That's not... No, let's redo it so that we can try and keep them, again, consistent. If I copy that section there, should have held down shift. There we go. Just need to fix that. Okay. There's our steam pipes. And because I'm happy to have all the pipes up even if we don't have the rest of it up. Okay. That being the case, we basically committed to building this lot here. We have the spare resources that we can actually get those online. The main thing that we probably don't have the resources for is the iron, but we'll see. We haven't hooked that up. You're going to need to be... We'll need to, for that to be finished building first. There needs to be a tier higher pipe. Ah, this needs adjustments. Nope, don't build those. I was about to tell you not to build those. We need the pipe to come out by at least one more. Then everything can connect into there. Is that height 5? There we go. Actually, no, that doesn't want to be there. I am wrong, because it needs to come out one more. How high do we need to be to go over? Three. Okay. So we connect that. We bring it up to 3. We bring it out to here. We bring it over to here. We bring it over to here. In fact, let's bring it this way over. That's better. Okay, unpause all of that. Unpause those. They're manually feeding it with coal, which it's fine. Oh, coal and water they're manually feeding it with. That's a good point. We haven't figured out where the water's coming from. We need desalination. So we need to pump that in from off the shore. Because we ain't going to get the water from elsewhere. Do I want to bring these along here? Yes. Yes, we do. Okay. One of these needs to be a tier 2, doesn't it, really? Well, it doesn't at the minute. It's going to need to be a tier 2. Light oil. No, not there. We want that there, then we want to bring it around to here, and then it can go down and in. Up to 3. There we go. There's our overflow pipes. We'll probably end up shipping in fuel gas from the fertilizer farm. So what also we need? We're going to need to bring petrol this way along. so that we can put it into a prioritize output for interesting. That one. For the time being. We want it making diesel rather than doing anything else. How much rubber do we have? We probably have enough rubber that I can turn this off. We still need water inputs. At the minute it's being fed manually. So long as that keeps up with producing this, then that's actually not a problem. Import the diesel over to here, please. To which end? This might cause a problem. Oh, we are actually out. Ah, wait, no, it's 60 every minute that we're outputting. And our consumption will be, I think, 60 every minute as well, but we're getting more fuel out of this. Correct? Question mark? $27. 36, yeah. Getting about 50% more fuel. Does mean that the trucks need to move that stuff over to there. They don't need to keep that full anymore. Actually, no. Keep it full for now so that we can keep making the plastic here. I could do with this bit being flat now. Our temporary buildings are now starting to get into the get in the way. We can get rid of those. We could upgrade this, but we don't have the input for it. We just got research from Maintenance Depot 2. No, we need those resources temporarily at the very least so that we can actually get this up and running. For now, can we put this here? I think we only need the one of these. We're dumping sour water, aren't we? 60. 18. Yeah, we're also going to want to dump brine from the desalination process. We'll activate only as many as we need, but we will allocate construction for 4 of them. Okay. Should at least allow things to start running. We need another 3 pipes going down the right-hand side of this area. 1 for fuel, 1 for seawater, 1 for brine. Although what I may do is set up the desalination plant here with the view that we'll move it later. Because yeah, I think once I've got all of this cleared out and this bit flattened out, certainly this is going to go over here. All of this stuff over here will get moved up into this area that we're slowly cutting the trees down from. We're going to need more workers. We also need a few more resources. Did we turn this off maybe too soon? We may have done. Let's turn it back on for now. We'll get 1 more lot of people in. Maybe 2 actually. And I think we need this running as well, now that we have the extra people. There we go. Okay. There was one thing we was waiting to have finished before we... right, yes, it was the beacon, but we don't have the time. It is time I took my break. So... what can we temporarily turn off while we wait for the extra people? Okay, they've done a reasonable job of getting the oil over here, actually. Do these need people? These do need people. We only need one of these running. I don't even think we're generating enough steam to be able to power it, given the fact we're loading it with coal manually. Or loading it with water manually, even. That's the bigger issue. So I may just turn that off as well. The diesel power we have at the minute will have to suffice. Excuse me. Okay. So, yes, I will take a break here. I'll monitor through my break, because, yeah, we want about 2 more lots of population, and then I need to turn the beacon off again for a while. And monitor fuel and all that lot, so I'll make sure that the factory doesn't grind to a halt, but I'll leave it unpaused. But yeah, I'll get myself something to eat, something to drink. We'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. We'll finish off this oil refinery, and then I think there's a few more things. We need to start thinking about wheat production, compost production, so that we can burn our excess fuel, or do something with our excess fuel. And then we can start thinking about actually moving our primary factory and start building that thing. Yeah, I'll go take my break. I'll see you in 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, we're back. Buttons. I had to allocate this to higher priority because it was losing power and then losing progress. Okay. Right, desalination. We need this. $180, that gets fed into, if memory serves correctly, a basic distiller. Yes. There's better desalination available though, later on, but for the time being it's in a basic desalination. We want 2 for 1, that'll get us 60, and then a whole bunch of brine and extra things. Just dump this here for now, set the recipe. That will do the job. These are always bigger than I first think they are. Yeah, we're only going to be able to get 8 there if we wanted to potentially get some amount of water from that. It is empty enough that we can send you out to one of the other destinations. Still looking for corn. Trucks cannot import to there. It is your highest priority to export from here. And in fact, I do not want you touching these. Those are not for trucks. Same goes for all of these, actually. Actually, no, they're allowed to export from these, just in case the oil needs to go somewhere else. Okay, so 1 feeds 2 of these. Do we need the coal? We do need the coal. That's why you need to go up there with the rest of the coal. Or with the rest of the stuff that uses the coal more accurately. I'm tempted to build a large field of these somewhere and then just have a water pipe going around. I mean, these are keeping up with the production of this. They're not going to keep up with the production of that, but that's fine. They're not really meant to. Well, you've been doing a good job, largely probably thanks to the fact that I've told you to be burning your wood. Can I borrow you? Can you clear out those over there? What is that? Phone? Oh, it's just that. Samsung's still telling me, hey, can you accept our new legal agreement? No, I can't. Whatever was in your old one is fine. I don't want to accept your new one. It will, or it asks me every single week if I would like to accept the legal agreement. It has not realized that I am never going to accept whatever the new agreement is. Okay. It did do. It isn't just me. I put a U-shaped connector down so that I connected to two different things, and the second I connect one thing and finish it, it removes it. If there was a feedback button in here, I would give feedback immediately on that. That's silly. If I put it down, don't remove it just because I know why it's removing it. And, oh, you only have one connection here. You don't need this anymore. No, that's not the point. This is power, so if this isn't a tier 2, it wants to be a tier 2. Loose storage. Yeah, that's a tier 1. Ah, tier 2 is slightly too big. Because there's going to be some other stuff that we are probably going to want to put in there. Coal, keep this full. Water. I need a fluid balancer. Priority input is that one. That gives space to get one more input into here if we need it from that side. Okay. Let's collect that reward, get rid of that. We've explored all the places we can explore without upgrades. The upgrades are now being processed. Okay, that's that. That line does work. We'll need to move this later. But we've got some space to fill in for the time being, and we can fill in around it. This needs to be a tier 2. This wants to be going up to 4. One, 2, 3. Not quite how I wanted to connect that last bit. That's fine. Let's connect this bit first. And then we will undo that bit and do it that way round. So it connects how I actually want it connected. Okay, seawater in. Need to get brine out. No reason not to get... Actually, let's unpause all of this. Pipe connector. That's, yeah, even at max, that's not going to fill or overfill a pipe. Alright, yeah, we was going to take it that way, but... Oh. That works. I wasn't sure whether or not there was going to be sufficient enough headroom. We are going to need to take this around anyway. Thinking about it. Because we're not going to be able to build it over the top without it complaining about the fact that it can't build a stanchion. So we will bring it this way around then. How can I do this cleanly? Right, bring it up to 4. Now let's just bring it up to 5. If we bring it all the way up to 5, then we can just bring it over the top of here. There. This is how you do it. To there and down and in. That is the priority input. Use the rainwater first. That's gonna cause a problem. We'll have to connect them individually because of how we've done some of the rest of this. Because we wouldn't be able to fork off of here. We need to split it into 2 anyway at some point, so we may as well just do it that way. Okay, that's all of that. Bring all of this all online. Now we just need to get the brine back out, which a basic pipe will do the job for the time being. Actually, no, this doesn't go this way. If we take it this way, then we've got to bring it all the way along here to get to this. We are better off. F3, 4, and 5, so we can actually just take it this way instead. Bring it along here. Okay. So come from here, up to 2 to here. We actually can't bring it directly alongside this at this point anyway. That goes up to 5 high, doesn't it? Yes, okay. We will need to route this around then. Okay, we'll see whether or not that can keep up, whether or not we need to activate another one of these. How are we doing on this? Do we have the space yet? We do. Oh! The grey bit to the side of it is allocation for the next tier up, if not the next 2 tiers up. I think. Yeah, looking at the size of it, I think the grey bit is allocating for the tier above it. Actually, given how that thing's parked, wouldn't it expand out this way? Because it doesn't have a grey bit on the other side of it. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. We'll find out when we actually have access to the upgrades for it. Okay. Do I want to have... I think I do. I think anything crossing over here will just have the maximum height because we shouldn't need to mess around too much with it. We'll probably have to remove these pipes when this gets upgraded. If it does expand this way and we get 2 more of them. And then we'll just feed each individual pipe into there. This one will go into this one here, that one into there, etc. But for now... Now let me redo the other one. So that we can do it that way and have slightly less stuff in the way of our trucks. May as well bring these online as well now. And how almost done are you? Okay, for now, I do want you to be able to import. I am happy to tear down this lot. Ah, yes, we do still need to do that. Move rubber production over. We have access to coal here. We have a petrol line here. Gonna need to have another output line. For wastewater. That's going to have to go on the outside. Did I build that? No. Hopefully there is enough steam in the system to get this thing up to speed. Good. She spun up. Oh, I didn't realize that these things had already filled this. Okay. So yeah, as a priority, it takes from the rainwater rather than from the desalination plants. Tree harvesters has no trees to harvest. This is a good problem to have. This is a very good problem to have. In that case, can you come back over here because we need to start thinking about fertilizer, and we should probably turn these off. They were doing some work and they didn't need to be at this point. Okay, ship's weapons is done. We're out of sand again. That's fine, we can get sand. Okay, the only things that's allowed to be dumped... no, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, overthinking. Okay, what are we doing? Plenty of fuel. It's all offline. Oh, where did my ghost go? Oh, I cut it and then didn't place it back down again is where the ghost went. I think I would rather have the rubber on the opposite side where all of this stuff is. We should move it closer to our fuel. We're gonna need more workers. Our food supplies are fine though. Not a problem. We don't have many construction materials, so we'll leave that. Are these full? They're full. Is that full? It is filling. Okay, general storage is an upward trend, so I think that's fine. It's going to take a long time for it to fill that up because we're not getting much in the way of rock, but that's fine. Not a problem. We can wait for these things. Okay. That's why it's building it that way. Okay, that's fine. If it's going to do it that way, it's going to do it that way. Now we actually have this entire thing placed wrong. It wants to be up 1. There we go, that's what I was wanting to see. We'll keep going along here. Okay. There's our wastewater pipe. And we'll use that for any other kind of wastewater that we need to pipe out. For the time being, we will temporarily You bastard! You lagged out for a split second and then placed it wrong. Try again, only without screwing me over this time. I'm trying to build this particularly, in a particular way. There we go. That's what we wanted. Now what do I want to do about the coal? Ship it in manually? Fork it off of here? Suppose we can fork it off of here temporarily. Yeah, we'll do that. This isn't a permanent setup, so I'm not too worried. Okay, that fixes rubber production. We need to move over our diesel generators, our temporary power, because we don't have access to the bigger ones yet. Not enough maintenance. You are right, that is a massive problem. Upgrade immediately. Boost. Boost. What are we missing? We're missing iron. That'll do it. That will do it. Mine. Going too far. We still haven't quite finished. Gonna need you to be online. Where is this? For the time being, maintenance reducer is on. Okay, that's fine. Come on. The sun is gracing me with its presence. In that, I can't see shit. 1 second, please. When it gets to this time of the day, the sun comes straight in through the window and straight onto the screens, which makes it impossible to see anything. Okay. I appreciate you wanting to do that, but this is more important for the time being. Can you get your ass up there, please? Thank you. And of course I can't buy iron from anywhere. We can, however. Oh, we haven't got our trading dock back up. Shit. It will just sneak in here. How very convenient. Emergency band-aid. There we go. Yeah, because shit's starting to break down now. Do we have enough? I don't think we do yet. No, we need 36. So, at least one more, and then we're actually going to have to build more houses. That's fine, that's fine. The trucks will get here, we just need to give them the time. So they can get there, grab it and dump it. In fact, now that they've done that bit, we can actually tell them to start doing this bit as well. That is the wrong mode that I've assigned all of this to. There we go. Okay. Iron production is back on the way. Let's boost things because we are in dire need. Let's also pause them for a moment so that we can get them over to the maintenance. To be fair, that's going to make it run faster than we can currently supply it, so that will do. Once it's fixed things, then we'll be alright. Actually, these don't need to be on. Do they actually take people? They take people and power and maintenance, yeah. They don't need to be online. Need one more set of refugees, then we can turn that off. We're done making vehicles, so we can turn that off. Just to reduce maintenance needs temporarily. Fuel is full, so... yeah. Only consume maintenance when they're not running. Okay, all good. I assume you're complaining because you have... yeah, your trucks are off busy. That's fine. Okay, they're cutting these trees down here. Good. Right, so we can start thinking about the next things we need to do. That being mill to baking units. Make 16 and 2. So that's 1 to 1. It also needs water. We established that wheat comes out loose. What's my phone beeping at me now for? No, Google, I do not want you to keep my timeline history. Stop messaging me every single day now. Saying you're going to lose your timeline history. If I wanted to keep it, I would have gone through the procedure. I am happy for you to stop doing that anymore. Get rid of the data. I don't want you to keep it. Right, loose storage. Let's just confirm that corn is also loose storage. If there is a way to confirm that. That only works if you have it. That's how I know that corn, or that's how I know that wheat is it. But it doesn't display the output, or at least I didn't think it did. Unless, yeah, you actually have access to it. So it's not here. Okay, so that being the case, then... this will be corn. We need to go up 2, don't we? So I need to move that back a bit further. We have plenty of space to be working with, so... I wonder why potatoes aren't currently being output on that. It's not like it's paused. Is it because it doesn't have anywhere to go even if it put it on the belt? It knows it's an output. Yeah. It must be because the belt doesn't currently connect to anything. Interesting. So you will be corn. So at the minute we don't want you filtering anything. Hopefully that doesn't stop you from running though. You, however, are wheat. Oh, bollocks. We forgot to turn this off. Too busy figuring out further food upgrades. Okay, we're starting to get iron back in now. Maintenance is caught up. We'll see if it can last without these active. Hopefully it will buffer better. Okay. Yes, we're aware. We're already well on it. Okay, let's stop research. We're going to need this sooner or later. We may as well get the... Yeah, let's just queue up all of this stuff. We need to upgrade our ship so we can find ourselves some corn. So we can get that as well. And we're almost at the point where we can probably enable settlement power as well, but... without edicts, that's not going to matter much. Looks like we're going to get into We'll be ready to start smelting steel in episode 3. Although I don't think we're going to be ready to actually build that. We've got the space to start actually building out a proper factory. So we'll probably start doing that, and that will include planning for the steel smelting at least. So yeah. Well, we don't have blueprints yet either. Let's just clear out all the lower parts of the tree. And yes, biofuel. In fact, biofuel first. Because we can use remains of excess food production for biofuel. Then we'll go settlement power, edicts, vehicle management, steel. Okay. We don't actually have the resources to quick build this. So we'll have to deal with the populace being a little annoyed at us for a while. Good, that's still fine. You're jammed, but that's fine. We don't need to worry about that side just at the moment. Oh, you can add multiple things to the filter. That's nice. We only need the one, though. Okay. Okay, we're going to need to move back a little bit. Oh no, move it away a little bit, actually. That's animal feed added to the line. I think one of these should keep up fine. I think that's what we ended up finding out last time. Okay. We're going to need water from this pipe. How do we want to bring it over? If we ever make those bigger, that's going to be a problem. Oh, is that too long between sanctions? It can't be. We've done that before. Yeah. It is more than capable of doing that. It lies. Why does it need to have that one there? It doesn't matter. There's no point to really turning that on at the minute because we can't deal with all of this excess food currently. Okay, so the next thing is fertilizer. Compost. How do we make the compost? Isn't that biofuel that we're waiting? Yes. We need the digester. We need the digester to be able to get rid of potatoes. Oh, or the next tier of mixer. Chicken farm allows us to turn potatoes into animal feed. No worries. I know I could get rid of all of the excess food at the minute. I just couldn't remember which one went through which route. Yeah, it's digester for the vegetables and things for the time being. Is how we get rid of the excess of those. Requires the assembler 3 before we can use the different things. Yeah. Through the digester, gets us fuel gas as well, which we can then burn off for power. So we need biofuel to be done. How almost done are you? Ah, we forgot to move over the diesel generators. Emergency backup power. Should then be able to disassemble everything here. Oh, that's pause, not disassemble. Disassemble all of that. Disassemble all of that and that. That we want to keep for the time being. How are we on sand? Sand is good. Coal is good. Metal powder is good. Oh, we paused them. Bollocks. That's why we're still... We paused them. No available designated mine area. Oh, you're done. For the time being, I don't need this expanded anymore. I don't think there's... This is all flat. And that's this bit here. Yeah, okay. You guys are done. You can leave. We're going to leave the building there, but we'll turn it off. And you two can go back over here, carving up this mountain and dumping it into the sea. They've made so little progress on this. Are you dumping sand? You can't be. You've just found the sand that's underwater. We could tell this thing to stop dumping rock here, so the rock all goes over there. So we can fill that bit out. It means that all of this will get filled in with dirt, but that's fine. That's not a problem for me. We'll keep the tub of dirt here, just in case we need it. These humps aren't that big, but it's every possibility that there is rock underneath it that we may actually want to end up putting a farm on. Yes, we should also... Are these the right way around? They are. Good. I didn't do that intentionally, but I'll take the win. Okay. We won't tell any of this to start building yet because we need this to be up first. Oh, did I forget to... I apologize. That means I didn't even have this on yesterday. It's from Arcadia Legends. Assuming it was this song and not the previous song. If it was the previous song, I couldn't tell you. Looking at the timing, it was probably the song before this one. One second, let me figure that out for you. It's probably from Paragons and Badasses. Badasses and Paragons. Probably not gone back quite far enough. Ah. I might be able to answer your question, because I know what album that's from. That'll be from... Let's pause for a second so that it doesn't start going forward. Is it before all of this or after all of this? Okay, it's on the back end of this. It's not that, it's not that, not that, not that. Maybe it's closer to the top. One of these. This one? Was it this one? No. Wasn't that one. Wasn't Falco Punch. I don't think it was that one. It was somewhere from one of these albums, unless it was one of the quiet songs that I was talking over and I couldn't hear it on the playback. The album is CEO 2015 Champions. I'm fairly sure I don't have Assassin's Creed in here. It's not a song. All of my stuff is remixes. So if you think it was directly from a song, it most certainly wasn't. There's this one, which is Assassin's Creed. From Paragons and Virtue. But this is almost certainly the only song I have from Assassin's Creed. Yeah, it's from Badass Paragons and Renegades. Okay, where were we? Not enough housing. We're fixing that game. We was waiting for, and it has now done, the digester. Do we need one of each? I don't think we did do last time. I think we needed one of each just because of the chain we went down. We decided to chew it up first. That's right, that's the way we did that. So we had one of these to go to that. That produced us animal feed. Animal feed was a better way to make biofuel. Oh no, it's fertilizer we're looking for. Animal feed. That's right. To this. That gets us compost. Compost. Then gets us fertilizer. We have spare dirt. We could do that. I'll prioritize this one. If it doesn't have the dirt, it'll then do that one. I feel like I'm missing something in this chain. But they may have changed the chain. Right, that was it. We needed to make some tweaks to make sure that the system didn't clog up. Makes 12, that makes 6. And that just makes 1. Have they made the space yet? I need you making space over here, please. I do want all of that cleared. This stuff here is more important, so you can work on that bit next. I'll continue to figure this out down here. So we need storage for compost. Okay, yeah, we probably do want a digester for each type then. No. We'll have one, and then if we need another one, we can just paralyze it. Paralyze it. Which I think is a word. I do want it to be this way, so I do want that to be flipped because the water input's there. Just thinking about positioning for when I get up there. Pulling off of the belts isn't too much of a problem. Only the vegetables are not loose, so... But we need to get the potatoes over there. Compost is also going to end up, or animal feed is also on loose. Wheat. At the minute... corn. We should remember not to forget corn. And while I am forgetting things and wanting to not forget things, corn. Okay, corn goes through a digester as well. Or actually no, we can send that through a mixer to get animal feed too. That sounds like a terrible idea. Have you done that before? Is that why you're saying it? Yeah. I've definitely planned it, sent it out, or planned it, not bothered, or forgotten to press the button, and then sent it out. Okay, so this will also take... Maybe we do it that way then. We filter everything... Oh no, we filter out animal feed directly. Animal feed then goes into here. And then this is going to be too close. It's the right idea, but yeah, too close. That gives us the option to also then filter out corn. Although we may end up putting that through a separate one of these. It's really going to depend upon how much extra we're producing. And then all three of them can just be jammed straight into here, so we don't even need to filter it out for that bit. And just bring this straight up and in. This currently isn't filtering anything. You pull wheat off. Let's give this a little bit more space, because we're going to want to expand it out one way or another. So that gives us the option to expand it. And then we'll put the digesters above the rest of that. Why am I looking through here for the digesters? That's not what the digesters are. There. Okay, and digesters can go here. All of this is also going to have a flat belt above all of this, which at the minute is just going to have wheat on it. Which we'll do that way so that we can fork off these. We also then need to go... for the sake of expandability, they do take a little bit of power, but that's fine. And then if we have another one there, that goes in there. There we go. And then any additional digesters go up that way. We'll worry about connecting these two up once we position it up top. Because we need to think about where we're going to put the dirt. Or how the dirt is going to get... Oops, sorry. The dirt is going to get into here. I think this lot is closer, so it should go here. Good. Once this lot's gone, then it's all good. Fuel is stable. Okay, our new housing bit's done. Stable, that's stable. We could use some more sand. Oh. We could use more sand and coal. Is that going to cause a problem for the fact that we have something built here? And we'll see. We do need to adjust the designator though, it is correct. With its warning of me of such. Copper. Okay. Okay, then. We've mostly just been getting a bunch of surface stuff, so I shouldn't be too worried about that. I was just looking at it and thinking, we've gone through that a bit sharpish. But no, we haven't, and there's a lot left. Are there? Oh, there are. Okay, you happy? It's happy. And that went very quickly through all of the older stuff. On to custom surfaces. How are you coming along, ship? As expected, you are severely starving of iron, because you're actually severely starving of coal. Maybe it is time we actually got a sand mine going. Start digging this area out. Still use this though. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. They're not going to be that active, but mine. Mining control tower. Is there a flat place here we can put it? That seems flat enough. Okay. Okay. How many levels of sand we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 levels of sand, apparently. Which way round are you pointing? You are pointing downward. Good. And we're out of iron again. Again, coal. It's right, we don't have enough of that. We could sell some of our oil for some coal. We do have some coal around. I imagine most of it... Where is most of it then? Probably up at the copper. Most of our coal is probably up at the copper. Okay, fuel has been steadily going down, but that's mostly because production's been turned off. Probably due to a lack of coal. I'd rather not have to dump the sand. Wait, you're not full anymore. Rock, coal, sand. No compatible sorting plants. Rock, coal, sand. Pause. Sand and coal. Oh, I know what the problem is. The problem is because we specifically set up the routes for this one here, and we never did here, this has taken exclusive control of this. That's the problem. That'll fix the problem. Okay. Still waiting on that. No point assigning pickup trucks until it's ready. We don't need the sand in a minute anyway. Should be getting some coal now. Okay. That should fix our problems. How almost done are you? You've still got plenty left. Resource-wise, what am I getting for this? Am I getting anything for this? Probably not, actually, maybe. Can't see the reward. The only thing we lose is Unity, which we're capped on anyway. So many pilots. You should head off once there's enough fuel for you to go and pick up. Or do you need me to... Ah, no, you don't have any fuel at the minute. This is the problem. We haven't actually routed the fuel back over to these guys. It's just being manually dropped off. It needs to be piped in. I assume this is out of steam. We made an oopsie. There we go. It is doing what I wanted it to do, though. All of this is going through a single pipe. There we go. That's why we were running out of fuel. Okay, back to the other problem. Getting fuel to the ships. Let's disassemble this while there is space for it to put the fuel somewhere. I don't think I need a big pipe. We don't need it, but it'll allow us to just add as many on as we want to, so we will use a big pipe. I think we do have resources for it, yeah. So I'm not worried. Big pipe. This wants to be... I think, yeah, we're only going to be able to get this one off the ground. And we wanted a truck to be able to get underneath there, so we can't have this at a level of 1. So we are going to have to bring it out to here, and then up a bit. There we go. Should be able to just bring this along here now. And again, the plan here is to have all of these go straight the way over the top. Okay, we'll bring this down 1 here. Not quite what I wanted. Damn it, I've got to bring it all the way back over here if I want to keep it in one big pipe. So from here we go up 1. Come along to here so that that bridges that nicely. Down to here, and then we bring it up to 3. Connects along here. Up to here, and we bring it out to here. From here we bring it up to 5. We take it over, we bring it down 1, we come out. And then we fork off from here. And that goes in there. And just for sanity's sake, we'll activate a second one of those. We shouldn't need to, but we will do. Okay, fuel is fine, food is still fine. Gotta check these periodically just in case. Better safe than sorry. We only need to worry about this when our power reaches 4. Our power consumption is 4, we're using our diesels. Okay, how are you doing? Still starved of those. Maintenance is dropping. I'm guessing probably because of an iron deficiency. Oh no, that's backed up. Strictly speaking, our production is enough to supply this at 50% of the time. So yeah, we're dangerously close. We need to boost that. That already makes 12, which will supply that wholesale, so that's fine. It's consuming 30. These are almost certainly not working fast enough, so we are going to need to boost these as well. For now. Next stream we'll be looking at fixing this. Okay, have you cleared the trees? You have cleared the trees. This block can come up here now. Okay. It's a nice amount of space. We're going to need a fluid tank. 2 of them, in fact. We need to ask these to move if they could, please. Don't know which one is assigned to which. Let's just get them out the way. Okay, the other thing we will want is storage for biogas, or fuel gas as it calls it. Actually, let's connect that up first. No, they're higher than they, further away than they need to be. Let's work on the assumption we'll end up with a second one of these, then... That's plenty. Okay, still okay on fuel. Okay, I'll wiggle it around. Don't know what kind of consumption I'm going to need, so we will... do it this way. That'll do the job. Okay, do we want to start or building this stuff now? Is there anything else we need these resources for? We have retaining walls now, so we can actually get the bit of this that we've missed. I don't want to accidentally, let's err on the side of caution. I don't want to accidentally reach the sea. And then subsequently flood all of this so we can't dig down and get the rest of it out. And then we'll put the retaining walls there. Seems like a good idea. Okay. Yes, it is right. We should fix that. Okay. Low, but not out. You done? You haven't left yet. You have fuel. Is it because I haven't told you where you're going? Reduce speed, save on fuel. We could give it the heavy oil, but at this point we don't need to. Nothing to pick up. Yes, there is. Okay. It's all fine, all good. How have you survived? Go away. I think we've more or less got everything done today that was on my list. I kind of wasn't expecting to complete my list. I should not complain though. Because technically this wasn't on the official list, although it was still something I wanted to get done. Okay, that's all fine. I'll probably be learning trains next Thursday. And reminder, I like to discover things myself, so I do not wish to be told how things work. Unless I specifically say, hey chat, how does XYZ work, or how blah 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 blah. Then do not tell me. Okay, we do need this up and running. So I don't think we have the resources stored up to build all of this. But that's fine. Settlement power. We could actually build that. Do we need the... I suppose we do. Do we need the Unity? The answer is yes. Yes, we need the Unity at the minute. I don't think it really matters where I build this. If I put it there, it's going to block things. Waste disposal's down there. It can go here then. We have the overhead of the power for that. Hey, helpful. Oh, it is ready. I forgot I told them to build. One there, two there. I wonder if this is going to be... It says partially stuck. I wonder if it can still filter out the stone and dirt once it's also full of sand again. We'll see. We may be putting a bit too much sand into it in the near future. Okay, you should be producing me in excess of iron. How full is this tank? The tank is full. Once we're not pulling the oil out of the ground over there, then the trucks that are trying to keep this supplied won't have as much to worry about. And we can just start using all of this. Okay, we have completed all the goals. We can get rid of that permanently now. That's fine. It's being worked on. We can now add wheat. Actually, we'll add the wheat here. We'll keep that there. Because I think I'm misremembering. I think it's vegetables that we needed to produce more or an excessive amount of. Because I think bread turns out, or bread turns into carb and corn is carb as well. I think. I could be wrong. I might be remembering wrong. Yeah, bread is carbs. So they will consume disproportionately more vegetables than they will potatoes and bread. Okay, that's all good. Import dirt. Do I want to tell it to import dirt? Or just allow it to import dirt? Because I don't necessarily want to... we may as well send all the dirt we're getting here. We're going to be getting plenty of stone with everything that we're mining at the moment. Because it's full. We're working on it. And we'll be fixing it on Tuesday because the problem is predominantly that this still needs to be manually served by way too much stuff. But we will actually start making our iron and steel up here, our copper up here. Well, we're already making our copper up here, to be fair. But we'll have a more permanent solution to these things. Have we been keeping up with our brick supply? Our breeze block supply? Masonry slabs? Yes. So this doesn't need any upgrading in the near future. But maybe that'll change when we upgrade all of this. We shall see. Yeah, shipping coal around, shipping the crude oil around isn't helping. Shipping the iron ore around isn't helping. Not enough workers? Ah, yes. That's fine. We have space for more workers. And for now, we can actually turn these off. You were trying to manually deliver to this. No, don't do that. The belts will sort it out. Never manually deliver here. Now, why am I doing it that way? They made a tweak so that you can just click these to change it. Actually, I don't mind them exporting and importing the compost. Storage tanks they can interact with, the buildings no. Okay, there's our bread maker. Just waiting on the last resources for this. Okay. Don't we make mechanical parts down here? We do. Trucks, you can grab the spare mechanical parts from here to go and deliver over to there. Because we're about to reach the end of our research queue anyway. We're not far off. I do feel that for 6 hours of work we have made good progress. Have an actual final, whether or not we've been given enough room, this section might end up moving. A final place for our fuel distillery. There is still one thing we need to do, and that is bring fuel gas over here. We need to bring fuel gas over here so that we can throw it into the boiler. To make power with. Oh, I thought these recipes were unlocked. We had access to the Kraken thing. Oh, consumption, here we go, yeah. So yeah, we could turn it into diesel, but yeah, I'd rather just throw it into the boiler. Make steam with it. The waste gas is waste gas. It goes to the right place anyway. That's not a problem. We're going to slowly start getting bread. Okay, so yeah, we need a tank over here. Doesn't need to be a big tank. Little tank will do. It can go here. You're going to hold me fuel gas. You can be built. Let's see. Burn off these first. Burn off that one first because we produce more of it. And then that gets burnt off second. And if we don't need to burn those... I suppose the way to do it is we say that's your priority input. Burn this first. In fact, burn both of those first. But this will just... Well, yes, that is what I want. What I also don't want is the fuel gas just to be vented. Well, I suppose it's a byproduct for what we're doing. So it's not that big of a deal if it is being vented at the moment. But if I'm going to burn it, I'd rather have it burnt at the production side than here. So if I want this to work the way that I'm thinking about it, then I need to make a tweak. If I put a pipe balancer on top of you, and let's tear you down. Okay, I need that pipe to go higher. Maybe. Yes. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna loop the output of the bottom into the top. And then take the output of the top to go into here. And then this one can go into the top one. And that way the excess of this will get sent to the flare stack, whereas the excess of that will stay in the tank. So yeah, I need to move this pipe. In fact, I'm tempted just to move the entire thing my way a little. So what we do is we take a pipe from the bottom and we connect it into the top. We take this, over here, to here and into the top. That is a priority input. There is only going to be one output. So we take the top one from here and send it into the bottom. I was kind of hoping it could make it... Oh, it can make it over the top of there. I thought it should be able to make it over the top of there. But if we go in this high to bring it over to here, then it's not a problem anyway. There we go. It is a spaghetti mess, but it does the job. Now we can tell this one to stay full. And then what we need to do is come back over to here. Oh, good. That's all built up. You can get this thing mulching. Oh, damn it. That's still one off the ground, which is not what we want. There we go. If this ever gets full, then it will burn it off. Okay, and we have our extra 2 lots of refugees, so let's stop that before it sends any more our way. Food seems okay. We do need to actually update this list. We need bread on it now. Do we care about wheat? No. Wheat just gets converted to bread. We're not storing wheat. We don't care about those, really. We should be keeping track of crude oil now. Fertilizer I'm not too worried about. Fuel gas I'm not too worried about. Not too worried about any of these. Yeah, okay, that's all we need to know about for the time being. Okay. Oh, it hasn't been built yet. Busy building other things, fair enough. We have the people. That should be on. We'll see whether or not it's enough. I'm willing to bet it's not enough, and we probably need to turn the other one on. In fact, wheat shouldn't be on here. Wheat doesn't get put into here. We do need to turn those on, but we don't know the resources first, or those resources yet. Okay, that's fine, because that's currently being filled up from the other place. What remains of our thing? Have you finished? You're finished, good. We can go get you looking for corn. Although we are out of time for the stream. One of these pirates must have some sample of corn. Some corn seeds for us to steal. To finish off our current set of food. Okay, is everything stable and everything good? Are we ready? Anything else I want to get done? Now, before the end of the stream. Oh, have you finished them? I think they've flattened it out. Have they? Not quite. But now we can test for sure. Yeah, not from this high up. We would need to dig down a little bit. A problem for next time, although we can get this working on it now, to be fair. We want this to go down a little bit. That is probably enough. But this is now going to require a digger over here. Where can I borrow a digger from? we'll just make another one. Hey, there we go. With the extra power, we can turn off food plenty. Put water saver on. Might as well put research efficiency on. There we go. Still hasn't quite run out, but I think, notwithstanding, we need to make sure that these things can keep up, which I'm guessing they probably won't, and we probably will need to turn that one on. Then I think we are done for the day. So, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Tuesday from 2 PM BST onwards. I think it is going to be predominantly time to move the primary factory. And it's probably the main thing we're going to be working on. We'll still be keeping an eye on things over here and making sure we're not backlogging resources. And that those resources are in fact getting consumed at a rate at which they're being produced, so they're not hanging around. But that will be for Tuesday. So, thanks again, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.